Have you ever touched something and felt it hum with a secret, like the world itself is trying to tell you a story? Picture a young dwarf, Thorger, deep in the echoing halls of Khazad-Dûm, his fingers brushing over ancient runes carved into stone. The moment his skin meets the rock, something stirs, not just in the carvings, but in the mountain's very bones. It's as if the earth remembers, and it's chosen him to listen. That's the power of ancestral memory, the whispers of those who came before, etched not just in history, but in the stone itself. And whether you're joining us from a bustling city or a quiet village, whether it's dawn or midnight where you are, we'd love to know, when did you first feel that tug of something older, deeper? Tell us in the comments below. For Thorger, this isn't just curiosity, it's a calling. The elders warn him away, speaking of danger in the songs of the deep, the haunting melodies woven into the rock, the same ones that once guided his ancestors. But how do you ignore a voice that seems to pulse in your very blood? The stone lore he's transcribing isn't just words, it's a living map, a key to memories lost to time. And as he traces each symbol, the mountain's whispers grow louder, pulling him toward a truth that could either mend his people's fractured past or unravel something far older than Dwarven kings. This is the heart of myth, not just tales told around fires, but legacies carved into the world itself. The stones remember, the deep places sing, and Thorger stands at the threshold, caught between duty and destiny. What would you do if the earth spoke to you? Would you listen, even if it meant stepping into the unknown? Because this isn't just his story, it's a thread in the vast tapestry of how we all reckon with the echoes of those who walked before us. So let's journey together into the heart of the mountain, where memory isn't just preserved, it's alive. Thorger's breath catches as the hall of echoes wraps around him like a second skin. The air here is thick with the weight of centuries, each carving on the walls humming a tune only the stone remembers. He shouldn't be here. The elders forbade it after the last quake shook the mountain's roots. But the pull is too strong. When his palm meets the coldest stretch of rock, the world tilts. A sound thin as a spider's thread winds into his ears. It's not a song sung by voices, but one woven into the earth itself, a melody of pickaxes striking mythril, of chisels shaping destiny. The visions come in flashes, dwarves with faces like his own, their hands glowing with the light of veins untouched by time. They're smiling, they're singing, and then silence. The ground shudders just once, as if the mountain itself gasped. Somewhere above, a voice murmurs the old warning: to wake the stone is to wake the sleeper. But Thorger's fingers are still pressed to the rock, and the echo of that song lingers in his bones. What is a warning, after all, but a story waiting to be unraveled? And what are stories, if not maps to the places we're meant to find? The elders fear the past. Thorger, he's starting to think it's the only compass he has left. The path to Durin's chamber is a labyrinth of shadows, each step deeper into the mountain's belly making Thorger's pulse quicken. The air smells of damp rock and something older, burnt iron, perhaps, or the ghost of a forge long cold. When he finally reaches the lorekeeper's door, it's not locked. It's worse. It's open, as if Durin has been expecting him. The old dwarf sits motionless in the gloom, his milky eyes fixed on nothing, hands resting on a stone tablet, so worn it looks like it might crumble to dust at a touch. "You're here about the songs," Durin says, not a question. His voice is like gravel shifting in a stream, quiet but impossible to ignore. Thorger expects warnings about forbidden knowledge, the usual cautions from elders. What he gets is worse. Durin's fingers trace the tablet's grooves as he speaks, and the words come slow, heavy. The songs aren't just records, boy, they're alive. Sing them wrong, and the mountain sings back. He leans forward, and for a heartbeat, Thorger swears the old dwarf's blind eyes see him. There was another, years ago. Listened too long. One morning, his bunk was empty. No note, no trail, just his pickaxe left humming on the floor, warm as if he just set it down. Durin's mouth twists. They scratched his name from the records, as if he'd never been. The silence that follows is thick enough to choke on. Thorger's hand drifts to his own chest, where the weight of the mountain's whispers has settled like a second heartbeat. He came for answers, but Durin's words aren't answers, they are a choice. Turn back now, and the mystery gnaws at him forever. Go forward, and he might vanish into the dark. Another footnote, the dwarves are too afraid to remember. But here's the thing about stones, they don't forget, and as Thorger stares at Durin's tablet, he realizes the truth. The mountain isn't just warning him. It's testing him, because some stories aren't meant to be read, they're meant to be lived, even if the cost is your name. Thorger's fingers tremble as they trace the grooves of the hidden map. Not ink on parchment, but something far stranger. The stone itself seems to shift under his touch, the lines glowing faintly, as if the mountain is breathing life into them. The elders would call this blasphemy. But the deeper he goes, the clearer it becomes. The archives were never meant to keep secrets safe. They were meant to keep them hidden. The air here is different, heavy with the scent of iron and something sweet, like aged mead left to ferment in the dark. Every step sends echoes skittering down the tunnel, but they don't sound like his footsteps. They sound like laughter. The chamber of ancestral memory isn't marked by grand doors or towering statues. It's a crack in the wall, narrow enough to squeeze through sideways, the rock warm against his back as he pushes forward. Inside, the darkness isn't empty. It pulses. The walls are lined with veins of crystal, their light flickering like distant stars, and the floor is carved with spirals, so precise they make his head spin. But it's the sound that stops him cold, a chorus of whispers, not in his ears, but in his bones. Voices layered over voices, generations of dwarves speaking all at once, yet somehow perfectly clear. A woman's voice rises above the rest, sharp with urgency. The sleeper stirs. Then the humming starts, not from the walls, from him. Thorger's own breath vibrates in his chest, matching the rhythm of the mountain's song, and suddenly he understands. The chamber isn't a place to hear the past. It's a place to become it. The air shimmers, and for a heartbeat, he's not Thorger anymore. He's a smith at a forge older than kingdoms, hammering a blade that sings when it strikes. He's a child, clinging to his mother's hand as the earth quakes beneath them. He's a king with a crown of raw crystal, weeping as he seals the chamber behind him. The visions come faster, brighter, until they're not visions at all. They are memories, but whose? The mountain hasn't been watching him. It's been waiting. And as the last whisper fades, Thorger realizes the terrible truth. The sleeper isn't some monster buried in the deep. It's the memory itself, restless and hungry. and he's just woken it up. The glow of the crystals pulses like a heartbeat as Thorger staggers backward, his hands still tingling from the contact. The visions cling to him, not just images, but sensations. The heat of the forge sears his palms. The taste of iron-rich water floods his mouth, and that song, the one humming just beneath his skin, feels older than his bones. But it's the shadowed figure that lingers, burned into his vision like a brand. A dwarf, yes, but wrong. His form flickers, edges blurred, as if the mountain itself is trying to erase him. And yet, he's familiar. The way he holds his hammer, the tilt of his head. Thorger knows him, or should. The chamber trembles, a shudder so slight it might be imagination. But the crystals dim for a breath, and in that darkness, the whispers sharpen. He tried to bend the song, murmurs a voice like grinding stone, made it a weapon. The mountain remembers. Thorger's breath catches. The shadowed figure wasn't just consumed, he was rewritten. His story twisted into a warning, and now the visions won't let go. A flash, the shadow dwarf, standing where Thorger stands now, hands pressed to the crystal, lips moving in a chant that cracks the air. A second flash, the same dwarf, screaming as the light drains from his eyes, his body dissolving into the walls like salt and water. The mountain's voice rises, not in anger, but in something far worse, recognition. It's calling Thorger's name, not the one he was given at birth, but the one humming in his blood, the one etched into the crystal veins. And with it comes a terrible understanding. The songs of the deep aren't just memories, they're a test. Every dwarf who's ever heard them faced the same choice: listen and learn, or twist and take. The shadow dwarf chose power. Thorger, the mountain is waiting for his answer. The crystals brighten, almost hopeful, or maybe that's just the fear talking. Because the real question isn't whether he'll listen, it's whether he'll survive what the mountain has to say. The elders' torches cut through the gloom of the lower halls like blades, their flames trembling with every hurried step. Balin, the eldest among them, clutches his hammer so tight his knuckles whiten. "Fool boy," he mutters, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. It's not anger that drives him forward. It's the memory of his own brother, decades ago, who vanished without a trace after whispering of the chamber. The search party's footsteps echo too loudly, as if the mountain itself is mocking their haste. Behind them, unnoticed, the runes along the walls begin to shimmer, their glow faint but growing. Meanwhile, Thorger's breath fogs against the stone as he leans closer to the riddle carved above the hidden passage. Listen with stone, not flesh. His fingers hover over the words, but the answer isn't in the touch, it's in the letting go. Closing his eyes, he presses his forehead to the rock, the cold searing his skin. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the mountain sings. It's not a sound, not really. It's a vibration that races through his skull, down his spine, rattling his teeth. The crystals overhead flare like lightning, caught in glass, their light painting the chamber in jagged shadows. And then the wall moves, not a crack, not a door. Unfolding, the stone peeling back like layers of time, revealing a stairway spiraling into the dark. The air that rises from below smells of damp metal and something electric, like the moment before a storm breaks. Somewhere above, Balin stumbles as the ground shudders beneath him. The runes are blazing now, their light pulsing in time with a distant, rhythmic thrum. The other elders freeze, but Balin knows that sound. It's the same one his brother hummed in his sleep before he disappeared. Too late, he whispers, the mountain is awake, and it's calling its own. Thorger doesn't hesitate. The stairway hums under his boots, each step harmonizing with the song in his bones. Deeper he goes, the crystals thinning until only darkness remains, but he doesn't need light to see. The first song isn't ahead of him. It's inside him, threading through his veins, rewriting his pulse to match its ancient rhythm. The elders fear what sleeps below. Thorger, he's starting to wonder if it was ever asleep at all. The cold bites deeper with every step, gnawing at Thorger's exposed skin until his breath comes in ragged white clouds. The tunnel narrows, its walls no longer carved but worn, as if something vast had clawed its way up from the depths long ago. And then he sees them, the bones. Not scattered, not broken, but posed, their skeletal fingers still wrapped around rusted pickaxes and chisels, their empty sockets turned toward the path ahead. It's not a graveyard, it's a warning. These dwarves didn't die here. They stopped here, frozen mid-step, as if the darkness itself turned them to stone. A sound cuts through the silence, a voice, but not from the walls this time. It comes from ahead, low and resonant, threading through the bones like wind through dead branches. It speaks his name, not as a whisper, but as a summons. Thorger's pulse hammers in his throat, but his feet move without thought, drawn forward by something older than fear. The air thickens, heavy with the scent of wet iron and something sour, like spoiled honey, and then he hears it. The song, not echoed, not remembered, but alive, vibrating in the marrow of his bones. The tunnel opens abruptly into a cavern, so vast his torchlight can't touch the ceiling. The ground is littered with more skeletons, these ones arranged in a circle, their hands clasped as if in prayer. At the center stands a single figure, not bone, not shadow, but flesh, its back turned. The voice comes again, and this time the figure turns. Its face is Thorger's own. Every dwarf who hears the song sees themselves, the figure says, its mouth moving out of sync with the words. Not as you are, as you could be. It raises a hand, and the skeletons shudder, their bones clicking like dice in a cup. They thought they could take the mountain's memories and shape them. The mountain shaped them instead. Thorger's reflection smiles, but its eyes are wrong, pupils slit like a cat's, glowing with the same blue fire as the veins in the chamber above. You're different, it murmurs. You listen, but listening isn't enough. It steps closer, and the skeletons rise with it, their empty ribs humming the same haunting melody Thorger's heard in his dreams. The song needs a voice. Will you sing it, or will you be it? The torch gutters out. In the sudden dark, the figure's glowing eyes are all he sees, widening as the first skeletal hand brushes his wrist. Not to harm, to pull him forward. The choice isn't his anymore. The song has already chosen, and deep below, something stirs in answer. Durin's torchlight flickers against the tunnel walls as the search party stumbles upon the first sign. A scrap of cloth snagged on jagged stone, damp with condensation. His stomach knots. They're close now, too close. The air here tastes metallic, thick with the weight of something older than Dwarven kings. The younger scouts whisper excitedly, but Durin's fingers tighten around his hammer. He's the only one who recognizes the markings underfoot, not scratches, but runes, glowing faintly as if reacting to their presence. The legends flood back, how the first song, didn't just drive dwarves mad. It changed them, rewriting their bones until they weren't dwarves at all. Ahead, the tunnel splits. To the left, the path slopes upward, its walls smooth and familiar. To the right, a jagged crevice exhales a breath of frigid air, its edges lined with carvings of dwarves with hollow eyes, their mouths open in silent screams. Durin doesn't need to consult the others. He knows where Thorger went. The young fool followed the songs pull straight into the belly of the mountain's oldest nightmare. Meanwhile, Thorger's fingertips brush the door's surface, the runes beneath his touch writhing like living things. The warnings carved into the stone aren't just words, they're felt, vibrating up his arms in waves of heat and cold. Blood opens, memory binds, the door seems to whisper. The lock isn't metal or mechanism, but a swirling puzzle of glyphs that shift when he blinks, rearranging into a question only he can answer. A drop of blood is simple enough. He pricks his thumb without hesitation, the crimson bead sizzling as it touches the stone, but the second demand freezes him. A memory, not just any memory, one that matters. The runes pulse impatiently, and the door's voice grows louder, not in his ears, but in his mind. Give me a moment you cannot bear to lose. Thorger's breath hitches. The mountain doesn't want his fear or his pain. It wants his joy. The first time he held a hammer, the weight perfect in his small hands. His mother's laughter echoing through the forge. These are the things that anchor him to who he is, and the door is asking him to surrender one forever. Somewhere behind him, Durin's voice echoes distantly, shouting his name, but the song swells in Thorger's chest, drowning out everything but the door's relentless demand. He knows now why so many turned back. It's not the blood that costs, it's what comes after. The runes flare brighter, impatient. Thorger closes his eyes and lets go. The blood drips from Thorger's thumb, striking the runes with a sound like a bell struck deep underwater. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the door shudders, not just opening, but unraveling, the stone dissolving into mist that curls around his ankles like a living thing. The cavern beyond is nothing like he imagined. No treasure, no throne, no monstrous sleeper waiting in the dark. Just the black stone. It's smaller than the legends claimed, barely taller than he is. Its surface so smooth it drinks the torchlight. But the air around it moves, rippling with notes he can't hear, only feel. A vibration in his teeth, his ribs, the marrow of his bones. The first song isn't sung here. It lives here, woven into the very space between breaths. Thorger steps forward, and the ground doesn't feel like stone anymore. It yields slightly, like flesh beneath a healer's hands. Durin's warnings roar in his mind. The heart doesn't give answers, it takes them, but the song rises to meet him. Not in words, not in melody, but in weight, the crushing pressure of centuries pressing down, not to break him, but to shape him. The black stone hums, and suddenly, he understands. This isn't a thing to be studied. It's a mirror. The surface clouds, then clears, reflecting not his face, but 1,000 faces, dwarves he's never met, their lives flashing like sparks from a forge. A woman singing to a newborn, her voice harmonizing with the mountain's groan. A warrior burying his axe in the stone, his tears etching new runes into its surface. A child, wide-eyed, pressing his ear to the rock as if listening for a heartbeat. Then the visions twist. The same faces, but changed, eyes hollow, mouths stretched in silent screams, their hands fused to the stone as if it grew through them. The price of the song's secrets. Thorger staggers back, but the stone's pull is relentless. It shows him one last thing, himself, older, wearier, standing before the heart with a chisel in one hand, and his own beard in the other, the hairs threaded with veins of crystal. The message is clear. The mountain doesn't just remember, it hungers, and it won't be satisfied with blood or memories this time. It wants a voice, a living vessel to carry the song into the world. Thorger's breath comes fast. He could still turn back, but the whispers coil around him, softer now, almost pleading. You listened when no one else would. Behind him, Durin's shouts echo through the tunnel, closer now. The stone's surface darkens, the vision's fading. The choice is his. Walk away, and the song remains a legend. Step forward, and he becomes part of it. Not just a keeper, but a verse. The air shivers. Somewhere deep below, the mountain holds its breath. The air thickens as Thorger takes that final step. The black stone's surface rippling like water, struck by moonlight. The song isn't just around him now. It's inside him, vibrating in his teeth, his fingertips, the spaces between his ribs. The visions come without warning. Not fragments this time, but a flood. Dwarves with hands bare against unworked rock, murmuring to it as if sharing secrets with an old friend. The stone answers in kind, shaping itself willingly under their touch, bridges and halls rising like gifts rather than conquests. For a heartbeat, Thorger understands a truth so simple it aches. The mountain wasn't just their home, it was family. Then the vision fractures. The shift is violent. One moment, harmony. The next, a scream that isn't sound but pressure, crushing his lungs. The dwarves in his mind aren't whispering anymore. They're chanting, their tools no longer shaping stone, but binding it. Their voices twisting the song into something sharp, something hungry. The mountain recoils, cracks spiderweb through the vision, and Thorger watches, helpless, as the first dwarves to wield the song, instead of listening to it, are swallowed by the very walls they sought to command. Their faces contort, not in pain, but in recognition, as if in their last moments, they finally hear what the stone has been trying to tell them. The black stone shudders under Thorger's palm, its surface surging upward like liquid hardening midair. A hand forms, not stone, not flesh, but something in between, fingers elongated and shimmering with veins of crystal. It hovers an inch from his chest, and the song crescendos into a single, searing question. Will you repeat their mistake? Behind him, Durin's torchlight flickers against the tunnel walls, his shouts drowned by the mountain's roar, but Thorger can't turn. Not when the shadow hands touch, feels inevitable. Not when the visions still cling to him, whispering the terrible cost of the first song's power. The dwarves who silenced it didn't die, they became. Part of the stone, part of the song, forever trapped between memory and flesh. The hand twitches closer. Thorger's choice isn't about courage or curiosity anymore. It's about what he's willing to lose, his name, his body, or something deeper, the part of him that still believes stories have happy endings. The stone pulses once, twice, waiting. Because some doors don't just open, they digest, and the mountain hasn't been fed in a very long time. Durin's torchlight splinters against the cavern walls as he bursts into the chamber, his breath ragged from the descent. The sight before him chills deeper than any mountain draft. Thorger, motionless, wrist clasped in the grip of that shimmering hand, his eyes wide with a realization that comes too late. The Elder's warnings weren't superstition. The first song was never just echoes. It was a being, patient as stone and just as relentless. Thorger, move. Durin roars, but his voice cracks under the weight of the cavern's sudden hum, the very air vibrating with a note so low it feels like the mountain's bones grinding together. The shadow hand tightens, its crystalline veins pulsing as the song pours into Thorger, not as melody, but as fire, searing through muscle and memory alike. He gasps, not in pain, but in terrible understanding. The visions weren't just showing him the past, they were preparing him. The song needs a vessel, a throat to give it shape in the world above. And now, with every heartbeat, Thorger feels his own voice unraveling, his thoughts rewoven into something older, sharper. Durin lunges forward, hammer raised, but the ground heaves beneath him. The cavern walls shudder, shedding dust like dead skin, revealing veins of raw crystal beneath, each one alight with the same blue fire as the hand holding Thorger. The elders stagger back as the mountain's rage takes form. Fissures spiderweb across the floor, not splitting the stone, but singing it apart, the cracks humming with a chorus of voices long silenced. Thorger's lips part, not to scream, to sing. The first note spills out, wrong and beautiful, a sound that doesn't belong to any living throat. It carves through the chaos, and for a heartbeat, the mountain stills listening. Durin knows what comes next. History repeating. The song doesn't just borrow voices, it consumes them, leaving behind hollowed-out dwarves who wander the deeps, their mouths moving in silent hymns. But then, Thorger's free hand twitches, not toward escape, toward the black stone. His fingers brush its surface, and the note shifts, splintering into something new. Not a command, a conversation. The elders gasp as the shadow hand wavers, its grip loosening just enough for Thorger to wrench his wrist free. The cavern holds its breath. Because the impossible just happened, the song hesitated, and the mountain, for the first time in centuries, listened back. The air shivers with the weight of two songs now. The first song's relentless pull, ancient and hungry, and Durin's lullaby, thin as a spider's thread but unbroken. Thorger's knees buckle under the force of them, his skull ringing like a struck anvil. The shadow hand's grip falters, just for a heartbeat, but it's enough. In that sliver of silence, Thorger hears something new beneath the melodies, the mountain's own voice, not in wrath, but in pain. The visions return, sharper this time. Dwarves of old, not just singing to the stone, but with it, their voices woven into the rock's slow breath. This wasn't meant to be a battle, it was a duet. Durin's lullaby wavers as the elder's binding spell snaps, their magic scattering like embers in a gale. The shadow hand lunges forward again, its fingers elongating into shards of crystal, but Thorger doesn't flinch. Instead, he does the one thing no dwarf has dared in centuries. He answers, not with a command, not with a plea, but with the first clumsy notes of a harmony, his voice cracking under the strain. The shadow recoils as if scalded. The elders freeze. Durin's lullaby falters, because the stories never mentioned this, that the first song could be changed. Thorger's melody is rough, untrained, but it's his, threaded with the memory of his mother's forged songs, the rhythm of pickaxes in the lower mines, the laughter of children echoing in the hallways. The mountain's pulse stutters, the shadow hand trembles, its form blurring at the edges, and for the first time, the cavern's walls don't shake in anger. They shiver, like a beast startled awake by an unexpected touch. Durin's eyes widen. He's spent a lifetime fearing the song's power, but Thorger's just revealed the truth they'd all forgotten. The mountain wasn't waiting for a master. It was waiting for a partner. The elders' spells failed because they tried to chain what couldn't be bound. Thorger's ragged harmony isn't subduing the song, it's remembering it. And in that remembering, the shadow hesitates, not in defeat, in recognition. The moment stretches, thin as a hair's breadth over a chasm. Then the shadow hand does something no lore ever recorded. It softens, the crystalline fingers uncurl, not to release Thorger, but to brush his palm. A gesture neither cruel nor kind, but curious. The message is clear. The first song will not be silenced, but perhaps, just perhaps, it can be understood, and that's a chance Thorger never expected to have. The shadow hand trembles, its crystalline fingers hovering just above Thorger's skin, as if suspended between fury and fascination. The air itself seems to hold its breath. For the first time in living memory, the first song wavers not in weakness, but in recognition. Thorger's voice is raw, untrained, nothing like the polished chants of the elders. Yet it carries something they'd forgotten, the weight of a dwarf who's finally stopped demanding answers and started listening. The stone lore's final lesson hums through him now, not as words, but as a truth etched into his bones. The songs were never meant to be seized like a weapon or bent like metal. They're a conversation, one that began long before dwarves carved their first runes. The shadow's grip loosens further, not in surrender, but in something far more terrifying, curiosity. Around them, the cavern's walls pulse with a softer light, the jagged crystals dimming to a gentle glow. The mountain's tremors slow, not ceasing, but shifting less like a beast, rearing to strike, more like a great sigh after centuries of holding its breath. The elders' torches flicker, their flames no longer whipped by chaos, but dancing in time with Thorger's ragged melody. Durin's hammer slips from his grasp, striking the stone with a clang that rings like a bell. He doesn't pick it up. He's too busy watching the impossible unfold. Thorger's song isn't the first song. It's his threaded with the clang of his father's forge, the creak of the mine carts, the laughter of children chasing glow moss down the tunnels. Simple things, living things, and as he sings, the shadow hand does something no lore ever described. It mirrors him. The crystalline fingers flex, not to crush, but to shape, their edges softening into something almost dwarven, a hand that could have held a hammer once. The elders murmur, but their spells die on their lips. This isn't magic, it's memory. The mountain isn't yielding. It's remembering what it was before the first dwarves tried to chain it. Not a foe, not a tool, but a living thing that once sang with them, not for them. Thorger's voice cracks, his throat burning, but he doesn't stop. He can't. The song is rewriting him too, not as a vessel, but as a bridge between what the mountain was and what it could be again. The shadow hand finally stills, its fingers curling not around his wrist, but against it, palm to palm, a greeting, an apology, a beginning, and then the cavern breathes. The crystals brighten, not with the cold fire of warning, but with the warm, golden light of a forge at dawn. The elders don't speak. They don't need to. The truth is written in the stone beneath their feet, in the air thick with a song they'd only ever feared until now, because Thorger wasn't the first to hear it. He was just the first to listen. The shadow dissolves like mist under morning sun, its crystalline fingers lingering for just a heartbeat before fading into the cavern's golden glow. What's left isn't silence, it's a new kind of music. The first song still hums through the stone, but the edge is gone, that razor-sharp hunger replaced by something warmer, almost hesitant. Thorger's knees hit the ground, his voice ragged, but the mountain doesn't punish his weakness. It adjusts, the melody softening to match his breath, as if remembering how to carry a wounded ally home. Above them, the cavern ceiling shimmers, veins of black crystal bleeding into amber, then gold, not the cold fire of dwarven torches, but the rich, honeyed light of a forge at dawn. The elders' weapons clatter to the stone, their spells unraveling midair like yarn from a dropped spindle. Durin's the last to lower his hammer, his knuckles white around the grip, even as his lips move soundlessly. The legends never prepared him for this, not the terror of the song, but the gentleness of its surrender. You spoke to it, he murmurs, not to Thorger, but to the air itself, as if the mountain might answer. Not as a master, not as a beggar, as kin. The words hang there, fragile, because that's the true heresy, isn't it? Not that Thorger faced the song, but that he understood it, that he dared to offer his own broken melody instead of demanding its power. The ground sighs beneath them, a slow exhale that sends dust dancing in the newfound light. The cracks in the floor don't close, but they change, their jagged edges smoothing into patterns that almost look deliberate runes, maybe, or the first notes of a lullaby half remembered. And then, softly, the mountain does something no lore ever recorded. It answers, not in words, not in visions, but in warmth. The stone beneath Thorger's palms heating gently, like skin pressed to skin after a long absence. The elders don't cheer, they don't kneel, they stand frozen, caught between awe and something deeper, something like shame, because the truth is written now in the gold-lit walls, clearer than any carving. The first song was never a weapon to wield or a beast to tame. It was a voice, lonely and forgotten, waiting for someone to sing with it instead of at it. And Thorger, the reckless fool who ignored every warning, was the first in centuries to try. Durin's the first to move, his boots scuffing the stone as he steps forward, not to scold, not to drag Thorger back, but to kneel beside him. His hand hovers over the boy's shoulder, unsure. But the mountain makes the choice for him. A tendril of gold light curls up from the floor, brushing Durin's fingertips, and for the first time in his long life, the old dwarf feels the song. Not as a threat, not as a curse, as a gift. The cavern breathes around them, alive in a way stone shouldn't be. And somewhere, deep below, the first song begins anew, not alone this time, but woven through with Thorger's voice, Durin's wonder, the elders' hesitant hope. The mountain remembers, and at last, so do its people. The golden light lingers, not fading but settling, like dust after a long shut door finally swings open. Thorger sags forward, his hand still pressed to the warm stone, his throat raw from singing. The first song doesn't vanish. It retreats, slipping back into the mountain's bones with a sigh that resonates through the cavern, leaving the air lighter, softer, as if the very weight of centuries has been lifted. The elders don't rush to him. They approach slowly, their boots scuffing against the newly smooth floor, their faces stripped of fear, Balin is the first to kneel, not in prayer, but in wonder, his calloused fingers tracing the grooves where the shadow hand once gripped Thorger. The runes there aren't warnings anymore, they're thanks. Durin's voice is hoarse when he finally speaks. You didn't conquer it, he murmurs. You listened. The words hang in the air, delicate as the first frost, because that's the secret the stone lore had buried under layers of fear and ritual. The mountain never wanted obedience. It wanted recognition, to be heard not as a tool or a threat, but as a living thing with its own voice. Thorger's knees tremble as the elders help him up, their hands steadier now, their eyes bright with something they haven't felt in generations: hope. The cavern hums around them, not with the old, hungry vibration, but with a quieter rhythm, like a heartbeat syncing with theirs. The crystals overhead pulse in time, their glow warm as hearthfire. And then, softly, the stone beneath their feet does something no dwarf has ever witnessed. It sings back, not the first song, but a new melody, woven from Thorger's ragged tune and the mountain's ancient voice. It's hesitant, almost shy, as if the stone itself is relearning how to speak. Thorger's breath catches. This is the truth the elders had forgotten. The stone lore was never just a record of the past. It was an invitation, a way to stand beside the mountain, not atop it. His fingers brush the wall, and the runes there shimmer, rearranging before his eyes not into commands, but into stories. His mother's laughter, the clang of his first forge, the weight of Durin's hand on his shoulder. The mountain isn't just remembering now, it's sharing. Balin lets out a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob. All these years, he whispers, we thought the song was a weapon to wield, but it was just, he falters, his palm pressed to the stone. A hand to hold. The elders don't carve new runes that day. They don't debate or decree. They sit in the golden light, their backs against the living rock, and do something their ancestors would have called madness. They listen, and the mountain, at long last, listens back. Thorger closes his eyes. The exhaustion is a weight, but it's a good weight, like the ache after honest labor. He understands now, deeper than thought, deeper than bone. His role isn't to command the past or reshape it. It's to remember it truly, to carry the stories not as relics, but as living things, as vital as breath. The first song hasn't been tamed. It's been met, and somewhere in the dark, the mountain begins to hum. The halls of Khazad-Dûm echo differently now, not with the clang of hammers shaping stone to will, but with the murmur of dwarves pressing their foreheads to rock, listening. Thorger moves among them, his beard threaded with streaks of crystal, his hands no longer calloused from tools, but from tracing the stories etched into walls. The elders had expected him to return from the deeps a conqueror. Instead, he came back a translator. The archives, once sealed with warnings, now brim with scribes copying down the mountain's whispers. But this isn't the old lore, brittle with rules and rituals. It's something living, a language half remembered, half reborn, where every rune hums when touched. Young apprentices gather around the oldest carvings, not to decode them as secrets, but to hear them, their fingertips brushing glyphs that shift under attention like shy animals. The stone doesn't speak in commands. Thorger reminds them, his voice roughened by the song's fire. It speaks in questions. Yet for all the joy of rediscovery, there are nights when Thorger slips away, descending to the chamber alone. The first song greets him not as a master or a supplicant, but as an old friend, its melody quieter now, a hearth fire rather than a forge. The shadow hand is gone, but the air still shivers with presence, the black stone warm under his palm. Here, the mountain shares what the archives cannot, not just memories, but feelings, the pride of a bridge sung into being, the grief of a vein of mythril sealed away for safekeeping, the loneliness of centuries unheard. The elders fret when he returns at dawn, his eyes distant. They whisper that the song still claims pieces of him, and they're right, just not in the way they fear. Thorger isn't being consumed. He's being changed, his bones learning a rhythm deeper than blood. When he teaches now, his students notice how the torches flicker in time with his breathing, how the runes glow brighter when he passes. And then there are the dreams, not visions, not warnings, but conversations, fragments of the first song, weaving through his sleep, showing him dwarves who walked these halls millennia ago, their hands bare against the rock, their voices tangled with the mountain's own. They don't speak of glory or conquest. They speak of partnership, of listening so deeply that the stone listens back. The archives call this heresy. Thorger calls it coming home. Years settle like dust on the ledgers of Khazad-Dûm, softening the edges of old warnings and warming the once forbidden runes with new hands. Thorger's beard, once dark as the deep shale, now glints with silver threads, not just age, but something finer, like crystal veins catching the light. The young scribes call it the mountain's kiss. He laughs at that, but doesn't deny it. How could he? His bones hum when the lower halls exhale their oldest songs, his pulse syncing with rhythms only the stone remembers. The teaching chamber is never quiet now, where elders once drilled rigid chants into stiff-backed students. Thorger's pupils sit cross-legged on the floor, their palms pressed to the walls, their eyes closed. Don't just hear the stone, he murmurs, his voice roughened by years of singing. Feel how it breathes, the first time a child gasps, catching the flicker of a memory not their own. A miner's pride as a vein of mithril sings under his pick. A mother's lullaby echoing through nursery tunnels. Thorger's chest tightens. This is the work, not carving history into rock, but letting it live. Then comes the dream. It begins as all true dreams do, with the scent of iron and damp earth. Thorger stands in a hall he's never seen, yet knows instantly. A place where the walls aren't just carved, but grown, their curves flowing like water frozen midstream. Dwarves move through the space, but they're different. Their hands glow where they touch the stone, not with magic, but with something deeper, as if their very blood carries the mountain's light. And the singing, not the old, solitary hymns of lorekeepers, but a chorus, voices twining with the stone's own resonance, until the air shivers with harmony. A figure steps forward, their face blurred by time, or perhaps by choice. You thought you were restoring the past, they say, and the voice is both stranger and kin. But you were planting seeds. The vision shifts decades, centuries showing Thorger's own students teaching their pupils, not with scrolls, but with shared silence, their foreheads pressed to the rock as the mountain murmurs back. The archives, once locked in vaults, now spiral through open chambers, their runes alive under any dwarf's touch. And deeper still, in the heart chamber where the first song sleeps, a new shadow waits, not a hand to fear, but an embrace, its crystalline fingers curled around a dwarf's wrist in greeting, not restraint. He wakes with the taste of honeyed stone on his tongue, his pillow damp with tears he doesn't remember shedding. Outside, dawn paints the peaks in gold, and the mountain's voice lingers in his ribs, softer than a whisper. You thought this was an ending. It's a threshold. That morning, Thorger doesn't go to the teaching chamber. He walks the lower tunnels instead, trailing his fingers along the walls as the students once trailed theirs. The stone knows what he's seen. It always does. And when the youngest scribe finds him there hours later, her eyes wide with her own first dream, he doesn't offer wisdom. He kneels beside her, presses his palm to the rock, and listens. The mountain remembers, and now, so will they. The weight of years presses on Thorger's chest like a slab of polished granite, each breath shallower than the last. When he asks no, insists on being carried to the chamber, his children don't argue. They know the mountains pull better than most. Their hands, calloused from decades of tending the living archives, cradle him as they descend, their footsteps echoing through tunnels that hum in recognition. The air grows warmer the deeper they go, thick with the scent of iron and something sweet, like honey stored in stone. The chamber hasn't changed. The black heart still pulses at its center, its surface rippling as Thorger's withered fingers stretch toward it. His family gathers close, their faces bathed in the heart's golden glow. No one speaks. They don't need to. The mountain's voice swells around them, not in its old, hungry tones, but in something softer, a melody Thorger spent a lifetime learning to answer. His palm meets the stone, and the first song rises to greet him like an old friend. It doesn't roar, it whispers, weaving through his bones with the gentleness of a parent tucking in a child. The visions come, not as flashes, but as embraces. His first stumble through the archives, tripping over his own boots. The day his youngest daughter traced her first rune and gasped as it sang back. Durin's weathered hand on his shoulder, steadying him after the elder's scorn. These aren't just memories, they're offerings, gifts the mountain has kept safe all these years, waiting for this moment. Thorger's breath hitches. His family leans in, their hands braced against the walls, their own voices rising not in mourning, but in harmony. The song swells, brighter now, threading their voices together until the cavern shimmers with light. And when Thorger's final exhale leaves his lips, it doesn't fade. It joins, his breath becoming note, his pulse becoming rhythm, his life becoming verse in the mountain's endless hymn. The glow crests, brilliant as a forge at full blaze, then dims, but the warmth remains. The heart's surface settles, its black now shot through with veins of gold, like a map of Thorger's own crystal-streaked beard. His family stays kneeling, their foreheads pressed to the stone, listening, because the song hasn't ended. It's only grown richer, deeper, as if the mountain itself is savoring the new weight of his story. Up in the halls, the apprentices will swear they felt the tremor, not a quake, but a shiver, as if the rock sighed in contentment. The archives will record this day, of course. But the true record isn't in ink or runes. It's in the way the tunnels hum when a child passes, in the way the oldest carvings glow under a nervous scribe's touch. Thorger's gone, and yet he's everywhere, not as an echo, but as part of the chorus. The mountain remembers, and now, so will they. Generations come and go, but the stones of Khazad-Dûm remember. Thorger's name isn't carved into monuments or woven into banners of conquest. It's etched into the quiet moments when a young scribe presses their palm to the wall and feels the rock hum, when an elder pauses mid-sentence because the mountain's whisper is louder than their own words. The archives still stand, but they're no longer locked away. Their pages breathe now, runes shimmering under fingertips, as if eager to share what they've held so long. The songs of the deep haven't faded, they've changed. Once they were warnings shouted into the dark. Now they're lullabies, work chants, the steady rhythm of pickaxes, harmonizing with the mountain's own pulse. Miners no longer brace for tremors. They lean into them, feeling the stones sigh as a vein of ore is uncovered, as if the earth itself is sighing in relief. Even the children know the old rhyme, sing to the rock, and the rock sings sweeter. And then there are the nights, when the torches burn low and the halls grow still, when the only sound is the distant drip of water echoing through the deeps. That's when the stone answers, not in grand proclamations, not in visions, but in warmth, a vibration underfoot, a flicker of gold in the veins of crystal, a note so soft it might be the wind. Or a voice. The elders say it's Thorger's melody woven into the mountain's bones. The young ones laugh and say it's just the old pipes settling, but they all press their ears to the walls anyway. Because the truth is this, the mountain never needed a hero, it needed a listener, and in the end, that's the story that lingers, not of a dwarf who mastered the song, but one who learned to sing along. The stones remember, and now, so do the dwarves, not in fear, but in gratitude, not as keepers of secrets, but as keepers of stories. And sometimes, if you're very quiet, you can hear the difference.
you.